Yeah.
Are we
There you
missing
go.
something tonight?
Yes,
Oh,
you probably didn't get that memo.
I didn't.
No, it's in your email.
The pigeon didn't deliver.
It was a late.
So it is Tuesday, February 11th. It is 6 o'clock PM, and I will call our meeting to order at 6 PM. And yes, you will notice that Amanda Riley, our assistant CAO, is sitting in the CAO chair tonight as our CAO is available. So I need to have the agenda adopted as amended. And one of the amendments is the delegation will not be here tonight to deliver the housing needs assessment, so that will be struck. Item 5 will become business arising from canceled delegation, just because we should make a motion to gather some dates for this housing needs assessment to come back to council. I guess well, it'll stay at 5 because we always have delegations there. And then we have a street sweeper edition, 9.6. And you have the sheet there that does have some of the changes. And we have 13.1, just the Mountain View Seniors Housing Update that will be added. 13.6 will be VDOC update. And I believe those are the two I had. Are there any other additions or deletions? Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I think we probably need to add a 9.7, which would be the date, setting the date of the committee of the whole meeting. It's referred to in 9.1 and in 5.1, but I don't see it anywhere here on the agenda, so I'm thinking we need to add setting the date for the.
It's actually in the bottom of this one.
Yeah, it is. And Councillor Windsor did talk to you about that, so I just have to explain. I'll explain first at item 5. We won't be setting a committee of the whole meeting for that until we have some dates from Urban Systems. So that'll just come back to council with dates to the next meeting.
Okay.
And then your committee of the whole, you want to explain that item? Because it should be right after that item, if that's your reason.
Well, Mayor Hunter, it was cited in or compiled along with the old high school lands, as part of the old high school lands, but it was never identified as an item in itself. And it is referred to as in the delegation 5.1, which is now canceled, but we're still going to be talking about that for setting that date. And so whether we're talking about the housing needs or whether we're talking about in 5.1, setting a date for the committee of the whole meeting, I think there needs to be clarification there.
Yeah. Well, the committee of the whole in item 5.1, that was going to be at council's discretion, but, so we can still have a council discretion item on 5.1. Oh, 5.1. Councillor Windsor's talking right now, so I can certainly, we'll finish this conversation and the next time we'll be acknowledged. So that 5.1, and your reasoning, I just want to finish that reasoning why.
Just
Because it's a high school lands.
Yeah, it was part of the high school lands, which really isn't talking about high school lands in the agenda, isn't really talking about setting a date for the committee of the whole. And so it's kind of like it was an add-on to it, because what the high school lands discussion is supposed to be is questions that we want brought back to help us decide what to do with that land. Got nothing to do with the committee of the whole meeting. And so I think that like if this is going to be moved into 5.1 to talk about a meeting date for the housing needs assessment, then that's fine. But otherwise, I think it needs to be separate and item on its own for RFD.
Yeah, it's not going to be in 5.1, but Amanda, you had something?
I just wanted to
mention that it, as part of, and you may have seen this already, so, but as part of 9.1, the RFD, in the background, there is a paragraph about setting that meeting and a recommended motion. Does that meet what you're, no? You,
That's the
oh, okay. You're just asking for it to be separate.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Brian, because essentially then, if it was not separate, then it would be a point of order because it's not talking about what's the agenda item. Because the agenda item is about the old high school lands and what our proposed questions are gonna be to bring forward to the committee of the whole.
I just
And
think,
so-
I just think the recommendations that the following information be provided to the next committee of the whole meeting. And so you might have 10 bullets, but there's 3 there right now. And that the next committee of the whole meeting will be whatever date. So I guess I'm here at a point where you're asking for that amendment. We already have some other amendments, so I think I might have to have a vote separate on that one. I don't know, because it's
just clarifying it, I think is all he's asking.
and I don't mind that it's set on to, like, it can be, but it would need to become 9.2 and everything bumps down. That's all that would be if we make a separate item. So we have, if everybody accepts that, then we have all those amendments, we'll list them again. And it's not a big deal, it just becomes 9.2, setting of committee of the whole date. Amanda?
Would it make sense just to rename 9.1 to add that and setting of the committee of the whole? So it addresses that in the name of the item?
I like that, I think it's,
That would be fine.
That
Yeah,
amendment,
because
just
it
so it's
covers it on the
identified?
agenda. Yeah.
as long as it's identified, so let's go through this again. 3.1 is deleted. 5 becomes business arrangement from council delegation. 9.1 becomes 2134 22nd Street, future old high school lands, and setting committee of the whole date. 9.6 becomes street sweeper award recommendation. 13.1 is non-received housing update. 13.6 becomes a DDAC update. And I just wonder, with this DDAC update too, I mean, we have our economic development officer here. Would we, it's the committee that works with the EDO, so the EDO should sit here for that?
To my knowledge, it doesn't require her to be in attendance.
Well, I requested that, so
Oh,
that it be added,
okay.
so I guess.
It's just a brief update, but so.
Yeah,
Awesome.
well, I think, I added it, so I think it would be fair that,
Okay.
I mean, you're the sitting in the CO chair, and they're not staff of council, so if you would have to say that's okay that the EDO sits in,
Yeah.
but you have to say that.
I'm sure it's fine. It's just, we can update her afterwards too. Or will there be questions for her?
I don't think so.
We
Okay, there might be some.
don't know what the update is yet.
Right, we don't know what the update is. Well, I do, but that was I'll let it be your call.
I have to decide right now.
Mhm.
Oh, I think it's probably better. I don't know.
You can think about it,
Okay.
because we're all here till the end.
Okay.
of the regular meeting, so. But my point of that is that that should be 13.2, if that's the case, so that we don't hold up the staff. So let's put it at 13.2 anyway,
Yes, leave it up.
and then everything moves down. Because that just, yeah. Is that it? Did I catch it all? I've got, that's what I have over mine.
I don't have to amend my amended.
I know the amended agenda is now amended.
No, it's amended.
Okay, we captured all those amendments, and who made that motion? Nobody yet.
Oh,
Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I will move the council to accept the February 11, 2025 agenda as amended.
Okay, I'll call the vote, all in favor. That's carried. We have the item 4.1, January 28th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes. Motion,
I can do that.
Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'll move that the council adopt the January 28, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Any comments on that? Deputy Mayor? Councilor Moore? Councilor Beswick? Call the vote, all in favor? That is carried. So the business arising from the council delegation is that council will direct administration to find some dates from Urban Systems to present to council at the February 25th meeting. And,
I'll make that.
okay. I'm gonna read that back, Jocelyn, because it sounds better when it is in motion style instead of just things from me.
Thank you. Moved by Deputy Mayor Engel to bring back information on dates for a committee of the whole meeting to the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting.
So bring back what?
To bring back information on dates for a committee of the whole meeting to the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting.
Okay. Well, because it's about the delegation, it's relative to Urban Systems, but we can have, that's what you're gonna say, Urban Systems should be in there?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I thought that what, in your explanation, you were saying that we were going to contact Urban Systems to see when they would be available for a meeting. We're not scheduling the committee of the whole meeting. We're trying to find out when Urban Systems would be available to come and do their presentation to council. And so I think it's two completely different things when the committee of the whole meeting. So it's contacting Urban Systems to see when they would be available to do a presentation on the housing needs assessment.
Yes, and then in that same motion, we'll be setting a committee of the whole meeting based on those dates that are available,
Sure.
I think.
And we can do that by certain.
Well, no, it'll be at the meeting, so there'll be like 5 or 4 or 2 meeting dates, and we would pick one and then set a committee of the whole day.
Okay.
So we didn't have Urban Systems in there because, but I think we should. Just add that in there if you would, Jocelyn. And then repeat it, please. We're really critical thinkers here.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Engel to bring back information on the availability of Urban Systems to reschedule the delegation on the housing needs assessment and bring back information to the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting.
Yeah, that looks
And then
good.
we'll just set dates then. Yep, that's
Yeah,
good.
it's-
Thank you.
We'll call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. So we have the CO report, item 7. Deputy Mayor, any
No,
comments?
I think it's pretty
pretty self-explanatory to me, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I think there should be some clarification with regard to the Maple Leaf Exchange. I think that it may have changed since the agenda came out, but at the time the agenda came out, it was 11 students needed to be placed. I don't think it necessarily meant 11 homes, hosting homes needed to be. If a hosting home was going to take 2, then that would mean there'd be 1 less. So I think it was the placement of 11 students that was the key in that. And I hope that has changed now. I hope there's been a few more people that have stepped forward to host the students, but I don't know that. But it needs to be clear to the populace that it isn't 11 houses that need to be, it's 11 students that need to be placed. And then I have a couple of motions that I'd like to make with regard to the brownfield and the rental of children. But I'm not sure when you'd like me to make those.
Well, I think you should do an overview of what you're going to come out with motions.
Okay, so essentially, as far as the brownfield is concerned, that's been ongoing for an awful long period of time. We received notification that we were going to maybe receive information, at least Mayor Hunter, you and I received information that this might be coming forward to the February 25th council meeting. And I think that, as always, we should be working on the basis of having a motion and giving direction to administration so that they have clear direction on what we're expecting. And so that would be what the motion would be. It would be to try to get some information about the brownfield so that we would be able to make sure that that's coming back for the February 25th council meeting.
Okay. And this is, the CA report is when you do these things, so, and then you have one more.
And so the other one had to do with the rental chiller. The last that we heard was that there was potentially possibly some damage that was done to the chiller, our chiller, and that we haven't had any indication on that. And I think there was probably more cost associated with doing some inspections afterwards, and I don't know that we're aware of what those were. And so I would like some of that information, or all of that information, brought back to the 25th meeting as well. So those are the 2 motions.
Okay. When you make the motions, council can ask more questions, if that's the case. Councilor Baswick? Anything about the CA report?
No, I think it's fine, as usual. That's what I expected.
Okay. Councilor Moore?
Yes, a couple of things. One of them is, it looks like the Meekie Town delegation will be coming in on Friday and they'll have a welcome dinner. Is that one that council is expected to attend? Or are both the welcome and the sayonara? And so that would be, it looks like it's Friday night at the multipurpose room when they meet their host families.
I think that
So we'll be getting an invitation.
has been sent out for the welcome night.
That may well be. And so we'll be getting one for this sayonara party as well.
And I have that on my list too, because the sayonara party will have to reschedule our council meeting
Yeah.
to be part of that. So
We've
that,
had to do that before. I think.
we should do it tonight.
Always.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I am wondering about, and it's sort of a general question, and it isn't something that I can ask at MPC really, but that planning update number 3 in the CAO report, it shows a subdivision of a big lot, which I have no problem with because densification is certainly encouraged by all levels of government. The only thing about that is I look at how many lots there are, like in that row there, and in the area going down toward that way, sort of northwest of the hospital, they have a parking area across from the area that is very tightly divided, where guests and other people can park if they're gonna visit. In some of that area that is back of the hospital where there's tight cul-de-sacs, if the people are parking in their driveway, there is no parking everywhere else, and the crowd can't turn around. And so I'm wondering if that lot 29 that it shows on that right underneath number 3, if we might be able to expand the road a little bit to allow people to have a guest, or maybe once in a while have a barbecue or a party at their house and have a place for people to park. I know that cars aren't supposed to be around anymore, but I'm not going to be taking a bike anytime soon. And if I go to visit these people, I'll probably have my car. I would like us to allow for cars to have a place to go in a neighborhood somewhere. And so that's just something that I'm wondering about and not expecting anything to happen tonight. It's just parking considerations.
Well, that'll be at MPC,
That's not where, I can't bring that up at NPC. That's
Right.
on the board,
commission.
commission board.
It's not relative, yeah. I don't know where you would address that because
I'm
MPC
wondering-
deals with that. I don't think we can give direction to MPC.
No, we
I'm
can't.
pretty sure. Council, but you had something to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, if I may, and just to talk to Councilor Moore about that lot 26 is actually identified as public parking. There's signs on both sides of that, it's identified as public parking.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Can I get clarification? 26 is the lot they're subdividing. Do you
Oh,
mean
pardon me.
29?
29, yes, sorry, my apologies, yes. Lot 29, I'm sure it's on both ends of that, it's got signs that say public parking. And the only reason I know that is my granddaughter lives there.
And I guess for this too, though,
That would be good.
it's not so much our business. It's MPC's business, and I don't know how we deal with that.
I'm assuming they addressed that. I'm just saying I don't know, and that's why I'm asking the question.
I know, I just don't know where to direct it. That when does this go to MPC? Does anybody know?
Tomorrow.
No. I looked at their agenda. I don't think that's on there.
It's
I think there's only one thing on there. So can that come back? I mean, all of that stuff was dealt with when that's a big issue, that parking in Butler. It's just that they can't park on the road and stuff, but I don't know how we deal with that, or that we can even set a directive. What would you like to come back?
Actually, if lot 29 actually is parking, then my concern is pretty much addressed. And so if that is the case, then my question is answered. But I think Adam might have had.
Well, we don't have any planning and development people here either, so, and it is an MPC issue. I don't know what to say. Adam can certainly speak if Amanda lets him, but I don't know that there's any answers we can have here at council.
But we can confirm that lot 29 is a parking lot.
Thank you. It's green, so I thought it was grass.
But you don't need anything brought back then,
I
you
do
just
not.
needed to understand about, see that, I didn't
It's just a
understand all
question.
that, so,
Sorry.
okay, my apologies, I didn't understand where you were getting at. Okay, so it is parking, everything's all good,
I think so.
thank you. Okay, do you have anything else on the CO report?
No,
Okay, on the Maple Leaf Exchange, yes, I think the Sayonara Party is very much, council's interested in that. And I know that we've gone in the past to that, when we were always part of that. So we would then have to reschedule a March 25th council meeting as a result, if that's the case. So Amanda, can we just first have an update on the Sayonara Party and then we can, I think council agrees that we are very interested in our visitors and sending them off just as much as we are welcoming them. So,
Sure, and what specifically about the Sayonara party? Just whether council's invited or what update?
well, sure, I mean, I would, I'm just interpreting that we would be invited, but, it doesn't mean that we are, and then we wouldn't have to change our council meeting, but I know in the past, all those years, we did go to the Sayonara party before COVID. so maybe, I
So-
don't know.
I'll let Jocelyn speak about that. She's involved in organizing.
Mhm.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So yes, council will be invited to the welcome dinner as well as the sayonara party. As you all are aware that the sayonara party does conflict with the regular council meeting. We haven't sent out invitations yet for the sayonara party, in part as a result of that conflict, but in part as a result of us still naming down times to coordinate with the venue for it. But those invitations will be forthcoming. Should council desire to change the regularly scheduled council meeting, then they would have to do so by resolution of council.
Yeah, and I think we need to do that tonight, just for notification of our change of date, because a lot of people watch us on live stream, and Norm wants those here in the chambers, we want to give them all notice. So, yes,
I know this isn't, and they usually have the sayonara party the last night before they leave, but is there any possibility that we could have the sayonara party on Monday night and have our council meeting as usual? Or do we need to change our council? I'm not sure if that question should be asked first.
well, I would like to be gracious and offer us to cancel ours, so that all the planning that has taken place isn't preempted because of us.
I'm okay.
So, is that a fair response, Jocelyn? You guys have done a lot of work, sorry, man, but they've done a lot of work for this, and I don't know that we would want. So I guess the motion come out of this, because there'll be another motion, to reschedule it to the Monday night, the 24th, or the Wednesday night, the 26th. I think,
Wednesday doesn't work with policy governance. It'd have to be Monday.
I know that's a committee of council, but we could, I don't know. The 24th, though, I think whoever's hosting is, are you gonna be like, are you gonna be busy with your people Monday night? Or can,
Well, plans are, yes, that I will, yeah, I'm hosting, chaperone and 2 students. So, our plans are that we'll be busy, but I mean, that depends on what council decides here. And obviously, if I'm away with them doing something, then I mean, if I'm not at the meeting, I'm not at the meeting. That's reality.
can't PGC be rescheduled then too? For the Thursday?
Yeah, it could be.
I don't-
And PGC is typically at 4:30 to 7, or 5:30 to 7, so, yeah, we'd have to reschedule that if that was the case, but that's, I don't think that's as important.
You guys are hard to get along with tonight,
I'm sorry.
all of you. So, which night is better for you, the Monday or the Wednesday?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Let's pick a date.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you don't care?
No.
Councilor Moore?
I don't think there's anything that I need to, I'm gonna be busy anyway.
And you're both on PGC, so can that be rescheduled?
Yeah, obviously, it can be rescheduled to whenever, if I'm unable to make it. We have an alternate that I would just ask to sit in for that, so that's, we have a lot to do on it, so I don't want the meeting canceled. It has to be at least rescheduled.
Yeah.
Whatever night is,
Okay.
whatever council wants.
Well, everybody's open to whatever night, so I don't. Monday makes sense to me. I'm open Wednesday too. I don't know that.
Wednesday is fine too.
That should work. So, what is your response, Councilor?
Thank you, Director. Personally, I would prefer the 26th so that I can carry on with our hosting, but again, if the council decides the 24th is the day, I can just miss it, that's the case.
Will somebody make a motion?
Okay.
Because that's,
Mayor Hunter, I would be happy to move that the regular council meeting that is scheduled for the 25th of March be rescheduled to the 26th of March from 6 to whenever.
Wednesday,
To 2025, yes.
Okay. Do I don't think I have to go around for comments again, unless you'd like.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
we should probably accept the report as information before we start any.
Thank you for that, yes, so I'll hold that motion till the, yeah, you're right. So we have motions now on council meeting, Brownfield, Chiller.
And I can make that motion so that we can get on with that.
I just have one more item coming out of, because I'm thinking on the, can I,
I'm sorry, it can't be the 26th, there's an all-council meeting at the county.
no, that's February,
Or are we talking?
March.
Or you're going to go in March?
Thanks so for that, you were right. The, fourth quarter report. Amanda, will that be presented February 25th? I was just looking at last year, it was the second meeting in February. And the reason I ask is because council has historically wanted the fourth quarter report before we continue budget meetings and discussions. And with the meeting being on the 10th, the next council meeting being on the 11th, I believe we need the fourth quarter report before the budget meeting. So we can make a motion to do that, or that we have the fourth quarter report. And you're the one that creates it, so.
So the financial report specifically,
Well, the fourth quarter, right?
financial report?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm working on it. We've had some turnover of staff. So, yeah, that's my hope, but I cannot say for sure. And whether or not there's a motion on it, I mean, that's my priority is to bring it, but
All I'm saying is that
We're doing our
it makes
best
sense having the
to bring
budget meeting, because I think that's something we missed and that we've historically done, that we have the fourth quarter report before we carry on with budget meetings. And even last year, the surplus, the year-end reserve allocation was the first meeting in March. So I certainly understand your time constraints of that, but I'm just thinking about the budget meeting more than putting you under tight timeline.
well, in regards to the budget meeting, we really don't need the year-end surplus results to finish the budget. If there is a surplus, you can allocate it. You can either amend the budget, you can allocate it to future years, or keep it in reserves. So that's what we've been trying to get away from, is taking the most recent year and allocating it to the budget. We do have quite a bit of money saved up into that strategic initiatives reserve that you could pull from or not at your discretion, but we're not relying on the most recent year's surplus or deficit in order to do that. So,
And I'm not worried about reserves and the allocation of reserves. It was just the fourth quarter report.
mhm.
Not, we all know that fourth quarter is not the final answer. It's the financial statement that's the final answer.
Yeah,
So that's just what I was referencing, and then in the past few years, we've always had the fourth quarter report before we approved the draft budget. So that is my hope.
yeah, so
It's more that, it's not a hope, it's an expectation that I won't make a motion about, but it's more about the budget meeting, that I would like the budget meeting to be subsequent to the fourth quarter that council has historically done. So,
and definitely before you set your tax rate, that you will get that information. And again, I'll do everything I can to have that in front of you. However, just thinking back to our timelines for 2024 budget or 2025 budget, the intention was to have it approved in December. So you wouldn't have had those fourth quarter results if that timeline had gone ahead. And with the intent, always, you'd see the budget again before setting your tax rates, and that, at that point, you're gonna have your final results for the year, so
I guess
that's
this
kind
was-
of,
council, I guess it just, because we're running out of time, and I'm not gonna, I've got your response, Amanda, thank you, so I'll leave it at that. And And with all the stars lining up, we'll have the fourth quarter report and then a budget subsequent to it, so that's what we'll do. So right now, I think that was all I had about the CAO report. So a motion to accept this information, yes?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Just a question about the QP application for certification, because it indicated in our CAO report that the Labor Board ruling is now out, and it's been ordered to count the votes, so I'm just wondering when the votes will be counted.
Okay. That wouldn't be something that you would like administration to answer that, because I can't. Or somebody.
Yeah, I have to ask the chief.
Yeah, that's fine, through the chair. I don't know, Amanda, can you answer that?
Sorry, what was your question? When we'll find out?
When the count will be made. The Labor Board has ruled to do the count, so
Mhm.
when will the count be made?
And that might be an update too, like we have it on the agenda again.
Okay.
Yeah,
And close, so maybe that can come.
that information is not available at this
Yeah,
time.
so I think, I mean, it's not private, but I think maybe that might be part of the update. I don't know, but if we can wait till then. Are you,
I'm fine with that.
okay? All right, so we need a motion to accept this information.
I move the council accept the CAO report as information.
Okay, I'll call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And then, Councillor Windsor, you had a,
Yeah, so, Mayor Hunter, I thank you. I will move the council direct administration completed all information regarding the Suncor Brownfield into a report to be presented at the February 25th, 2025 regular council meeting.
okay,
And
you want to speak?
it's just that this has been going on for a considerable amount of time, and we saw a presentation from the EDO with regard to some things that could be done there, and we don't seem to be moving forward, and so I'm wondering, just to get the information, so at least we know what's going on with that brownfield and where we are with it.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Windsor.
Yeah, I think we've had stuff about the design and that sort of thing coming up. If she has some more information, I don't mind it coming back at the next meeting.
Okay, you have that motion, did you capture that all? Okay, I'm not sure Council Wilson can hear us. I'll call the vote then on, I'll call the vote then all in favor. It's carried. Council Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter, and I'll move that council direct administration prepare a complete report of all costs and documents associated with the rental chiller as a result of the condenser failure at the Memorial Complex. And Mayor Hunter, the reason I'm making this motion is that I think that there's been some concern about our chiller and the potential damage there. I think there was an inspection company or a company brought in to do an inspection on that, and I'm not sure that we ever had any idea of what the cost would be with that and where it went with that. And so again, we're supposed to do this through motion, and so that's what I'm doing, is trying to do this through motion. I also don't think that we ever saw the rental agreement or what was involved in the rental agreement, what the out clauses were, or if we were protected at all. And so I think there's a whole bunch of information there that I certainly would like to see, and I think it's valuable for council to see. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I think, I'm not certain if they can get us the information on damage. I thought that it was presented to us that they had to wait until the new chiller was installed and run it, so that might not be in there, but I think the information that is available to this point would be good to have. I think I would certainly be interested in seeing the scope of what occurred.
Okay. Councillor Moore?
Yes, that was my understanding too, is that they wouldn't know until it started up again, so whatever is available, why not?
Councillor Bazick? Yeah. Yeah, and I'm more interested, I know we had a discussion about this, that if something doesn't work, that there's a contract for, council's very clear that we want to understand. You know, we made that motion and we wanted it for a working chiller, so I'm interested in that information too. And I will call the vote then. Did you get that? I need to look. Do you want to read it again? Or is everybody good?
It's not.
Yeah, you go ahead and read it again.
Read it again? Okay.
Everybody heard it, but.
Okay, so to move to that council direct administration to prepare a complete report of all costs and documents associated with the rental chiller as a result of the condenser failure at the Memorial Complex.
Okay, I will call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. And Deputy Mayor, you wanted to make the one on the date change? Did you say that? Oh, I thought you said you made the motion.
No, I was gonna make the motion on the CAO report.
Oh, you did, yes.
I did.
Thank you. And so you want, I guess, Councillor,
So Mayor Hunter, I will move that council directs that the March 25th meeting, regular council meeting, be rescheduled to March 26th, 2025. Is that good enough?
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Sure.
Till whenever.
That's what you said.
Till
Okay.
whenever.
That's a long time.
Have we all just commented on that, so are there any other comments? I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. CO report completely generated a lot of discussion. Okay, so we have item 9, business, 9.1, 2134 22nd Street, future, the old high school lands, and setting a committee of whole date. So we were going to go around the table and just get all the information we'd like back for the committee of the whole, was what the intent of this agenda item was. So I'll start with you if there's information that you would like back.
Thank you. Yes. I was able to find a memorandum of agreement that was done probably in about 2003 to 2004, right about there. When the school board wanted to have us donate the land beyond the municipal reserve on the Doran land for the new high school. And we signed an agreement that said that we would give them the land, and in return they would give us notice of any surplus land that they had, and we would have 60 days notice, and we could buy it for $1 plus the value of any buildings that were on it. And actually, as I believe I recall, that the 3 lots west of the museum used to have a kindergarten modular on it when my daughter went to kindergarten. And they were, I think, under that agreement, transferred to the town for $1, and then the town sold those 3 lots. I don't know if any other lands were associated with that or not, because it seems difficult to be able to locate those. So the information I would like is the memorandum of agreement that I brought. I found it and brought it. You have one, and I've provided one for the CAO. And clippings from about that time that says when the site was selected and that it was transferred. And the other thing I would like to know, if the school board has changed its mind about selling it, maybe they'd give us our money back and they could have it for a park and a parking lot. Because if that's what they want, hey, I'd be okay to sell it back to them for the same price.
I'm sorry about that, chocolate. It's a good counter.
And I guess the last thing is that because this is so interesting to me, and I just found all these papers, I did talk to a lawyer about it at the Brownlee item, and he said that the relationship, those documents should be brought to the relationship especially because of the contamination on the land, which is within the scope of the time, whereas some of the other things are still important, but they're not, we wouldn't do that anyway.
So can you summarize what
Yes,
you're?
the things that I suggest, asking for information is the memorandum of agreement for council, the information about, because the lots east of the museum, I think, have only been sold once since they were transferred to the town and then sold from the town to the current owners. And also, maybe we can discuss whether if they change their mind, if we should offer it back to them. Those are my 3 items.
Okay. Councilor Boswick?
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. There are so many things with this piece of property. Who's responsible for the mitigation of the cleanup? Who's responsible for the original purchase? How that went down? So many things. I'm just open to hearing what's happening. I wasn't here at the time they tore it down, in town, but not in council, so I'm not familiar with the intricacies of that particular project. It's just hearsay information that I'm getting, which is not very palatable from my point of view. I think, yeah, I'll reserve my adjectives of the transaction for later. It didn't go well.
Thank you, Councilor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. The town owns a property in the downtown core that, according to the heritage plan, wanting to have green space in the downtown core. I'm wondering if there is other lands that would be suitable for, I don't know if it fits into this discussion, but as an alternate to that, as a park and as a reserve, whatever, green space, is there other town land that could be utilized and could be converted to provide that space in the downtown core? And do you want me to go further on that, or is this even, can I even ask this in this discussion?
You can ask anything you like.
Okay.
Oh, within reason.
Yeah, okay. Because it used to be between on the north side of the train station, that used to be a green space and a gazebo and a whole bunch of stuff there, and that could be reconverted back to that green space to provide satisfy that stipulation in the heritage downtown core plan. So I'm just wondering if there's other things. The old fire hall, maybe the old fire town office. I mean, there's land that we do own that maybe could be used to provide a green space in the downtown core that wouldn't necessarily mean that this would have to be reserved or retained.
So explore options for other green spaces in the downtown core?
Sure.
Would that be summarizing what you're saying?
Sounds great. Way better than I said it.
Do you have anything else?
That was all. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
So I asked this question last time when we spoke to bring it back for this one. I'm wondering if the old high school lands are considered heritage core. Wasn't given that answer. I'm not certain it is or isn't. And secondly, we have some, I wouldn't say information, but some concern that there could be contamination in that soil. Whether it was buried building materials, and I thought that we had asked for I'm not sure if it was called an engineering report or an environmental assessment on the land. And I'm wondering if that has been done, and if it has been, can we have that back?
We allocated
$50,000 for that study, so that would be important. Is that what you're after?
Yeah,
That information?
the information,
on the remediation?
We had looked at selling it, and the questions arose about contamination in the soil, and we needed to get some answers as to what actually was even under there. And I haven't seen anything back on that, so it's hard to make any kind of a decision on that property when we don't know.
Okay, so summarizing it is, we allocated 50,000 for the study, and we'd like that information back.
I don't
An
remember
update?
that, but,
We did.
Yes,
so that.
it has not been completed.
But we'll have that back at the committee hall. Anything else?
No, that would be all the questions that I have regarding the actual piece of land.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this question could be for our my realtor colleague. Is it conceivable you can sell a piece of land like that, advising the buyer that there could be contamination and that would be his responsibility and we would discount it accordingly? Would that be reasonable?
Yes, that would be in terms of sale.
That would save us $50,000 and I would really like to go in that direction, if we could. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to understand, like I think I know how many parks we have, but I would like it brought back all the parks space that we do have right now. I believe it's 8 anyway, and the size, the acre, how many acres of park space do we already have? What limitations are in the existing parks that can't do what the high school land park could? I know that Memorial Park, we have a motion on file, on our books to bring back information about a stage, because that was the identified area for a concert in Disbury. And that was the stage initiatives that we had in discussions, and so I would like to, I guess, find that motion. I looked, and I have to admit I'm not very good at searching things because I have to go through every set of agendas and I got to figure that out. But can we have that motion back on the stage and where it's at? And that Memorial Park, that'll be included as well in what parks we do have. I think I am very interested in, I believe the school, in the west of the schools, there's like 8 or 10 acres of land back there or more. I'm not very good at judging acreages, but I'd like to understand, and it's not like we can go and, get on their land and do things, but we must have an idea of how many acres of land are behind the schools that are in use quite, and they have 3 playgrounds back there, I know, because my grandsons play on them all. They're all different levels of playgrounds. So I'd like that information to come back. And somebody asked where the status of the remediation, any remediation information we can have. And further to Councillor Windsor's comment, I had that wrote down too, that, we have the brownfield is more in the downtown core than a piece of land over by the school, and there's 10 or 12 acres behind the school. And so that could be an outdoor park that could entertain. I am concerned about, if it's called Moose Park, that's residential areas, and I did already identify Memorial Park was to be the concert designated area. So if looking at residential areas, could be a limitation. And if the train station, that used to be a green space and gazebo. And I know parking is a big issue downtown, but I think we should explore everything. If we're gonna have a park downtown, I think it should be downtown. Because when we look at those events that are downtown, everybody's downtown, and if they have to go all the way down to the schools for the event or activities, they're not downtown anymore. And these are just my observations if I was downtown in an event. So those questions I'd like to have come back. What are the alternatives? I think that's already asked for green space more downtown. And I think the other part I heard in the presentation was, you know, I think council has to explore that and have that on the discussion at our committee of the whole. If we are wanting to move ahead with development, if you want to have a consultation period for asking people if they want to create a park there or have development there for housing. How long would we want to hold on to that? You know, what would be the reason to hold on to it when housing is such a urgent need right now everywhere in Canada? And we'll never ever catch up with 3.5 million houses that we do currently need in the next 10 years. But so, you know, the pros and cons, I think, that's for council to decide on development versus parks space. But we do need some other options that are downtown, I think, and your question about being in the Heritage Core. But there also is a very nice plan for that high school land. I don't know if you've seen it. A really nice plan for that high school land from quite a, you know, it was years ago, but it could be made into a beautiful area, whether, you know, it could be a park or it could be a really great development, so. Go ahead.
I'm not going to talk again, but other than to say your mention of all the land that is behind the schools there, the joint use agreement might be something that you'd want to have at that meeting as well,
Yes.
because they do commit themselves, both in the joint use agreement and in the memorandum of agreement, that these lands that are around the schools are for the community as well.
Yeah.
And so they are our parks.
I like that, to bring back the joint use agreement that we currently have, and then we have a new one coming here pretty soon. I think we have to sign it. That's you, isn't that March or April? That's Nicole's department.
I'm not sure.
That's Nicole's department, that's not fair. I'm pretty sure it's March or April. June 1st, we have to sign that. Or by June 1st. So maybe we can have both there since we have an existing and future that is already in play. Anything else, Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I guess we've got a fair latitude with this, so I'm going to suggest that we didn't have the housing needs assessment presentation, but one of the things that Chris talked about there, or Mrs. has talked about, was infill in the community. And I'm wondering if there isn't areas, park areas currently that would be conducive to some infill development. I'm thinking of on 15th Avenue, west of your place, your house, on that park that borders 15th Avenue, and it could very well be that there could be maybe 4 or 5 lots there along 15th Avenue that wouldn't affect the complexion of that park there at all. And I'm just wondering if there's opportunities for infill in some of the parks that we have already in town.
Capture that one too. And I think with that, when I asked for the park size, I mean, that would be each one and then what the total is. And then what the high school land total size is. Yes? Could Jocelyn answer something?
Yes.
Sorry, just for clarification, do you want only the park spaces, or would you like park spaces including municipal reserve and environmental reserve as well?
Yeah, should be.
I thought that's what I said, but yes. No, thank you for that, Jocelyn, yes. Anything green, but
Not part of it.
thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Anything else? So we have the list, and I'm not gonna have you read it back, I don't think. We trust, you know, you'll go listen to all of our rambling. And thanks for that. So we need a motion to let the following information be provided to the next committee of the whole meeting. Councilor Moore, are there any final comments? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And then we set a committee of the whole meeting for, can I suggest though, that if all this meeting come back to committee of the whole, I think that maybe,
Could you do it on the same night as the other one that we're going?
well, I think we might have just missed something, so I want to catch it before we move on, because there's that public consultation period that we talked about. And I just would like everybody's thoughts on where that would fit in. So this is coming back from the next committee of the whole. And we're gonna set public consultation at the committee of the whole meeting, is that what do you think? If,
What public?
well, the conversation at the table last meeting was that we would engage with our community to see if they want to maintain that as a park space, or move ahead with development on it. And just have that opportunity for people to weigh in, because I know there were some comments up there, but we have a big population that might want to be part of that conversation that isn't on Facebook or whatever. Developers, parks users, a variety of people might want to participate.
Is it possible just to put it out there on our newspaper ad, maybe go into a little bigger one, like a full page, and to have that in there that they can make submissions, put an email address or drop them off here, and also maybe put it on our website that they can, because having somebody come and, talk, it's not gonna really help us very much. If they put it in writing and take the effort to do that, then we can have it at a meeting we already have, and we can read it ahead of time, and then it doesn't become like a 2-day ordeal. It can be something that we can sort of get a sense of right away. So I would say the public consultation, let's just make the meeting later, because we got budget to get through. This isn't urgent. We don't need to do it right now.
No,
So let's look more down the road like April or May and put it out there for them, and then have a meeting later that has all this come into it, so that we're not putting more stress on our staff either at this time.
okay, so we can set the public, I'm just gonna, I'll come to you too, but if we set the committee of the whole, once that's set, that there'll be consultation before the committee of the whole, the council is considering use of that high school land, whether it be development or green space. But, go ahead, Councilor Miranda.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm just thinking that the information that we're requesting to come with regard to this, it might be valuable to the residents too, and it might help them formulate their opinion as to how they want it to work. So I think that once this information comes back to council, because we're trying to be educated in making our decision, and I think that would be fair to give the residents the same opportunity to become educated as to what the options are, what the complications are and everything, so that they can too provide an educated input for that engagement.
Amanda?
Thank you. I was going to make a suggestion along the same lines, just to ensure that we're prepared to go and do public consultation.
Yeah.
I think we need to have some of these answers compiled and ready to be communicated to the public. As if we don't have kind of the background information, it's hard to consult with them. So I did hear that as one of your points, is the public consultation about bringing info on how to do that kind of back to this
Okay.
committee of the whole, so that's would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and that's fair, I think at the committee of the whole, because I don't know that. I'm not shutting down anything for engagement or consultation, but I know that council has had this piece of land up for sale already. The information that's coming back will be relative to a lot of decisions that are made. So, okay. We'll just leave it at that then, that at the committee of the whole consultation discussion will take place. And so the committee of the whole meeting then, we have calendar. So right now, how long is it, I'm just asking Amanda, how long this would take to compile this information, do you think?
Good question.
Like next week?
Thursday?
Well,
Can it come back by March 26th?
I think the majority of it won't be too time consuming. There might be some things that we run into. So sorry, just reading my notes here. I think February 25th is a little early.
Yeah, no, I was thinking March 11th or March 26th. Deputy Mayor?
March 11th is a regular council meeting.
Yeah.
I guess committee of the whole could be before then. And you're really picking on policy and governance, because that's the 26th. So you're really after that.
Well, that's out
Council
anyway.
meeting now.
That's out because that's the council meeting that we changed.
You're still picking on it.
I'm sorry.
You haven't let it up.
March 11th, 4:30?
Sure. I was gonna add the 26th, there's an MPC that day, so it wouldn't work to also have a committee of the whole.
Okay, so let's go with March 11th at 4:30. Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Just a question with the magnitude of the information that we're asking to come back. Is having it before a council meeting going to be adequate time? I guess what I'm suggesting is that we typically end up in those things and have a discussion and we end up hurried at the end. And this really probably should be not hurried.
Could be two different meetings.
Okay,
Since we're meeting March 11th for council meeting too, we could set another committee of whole meeting.
okay, that's fine. I just expressing concern that we don't want to run out of time and be pressed and not be able to do discussion. Never.
Okay, so who'd like to make the motion March 11th at 4:30? Deputy Mayor? Yes?
Just to remind you too, the 10th is a budget meeting, so as long as you'll have a few meetings in that week.
We'll get them all the way in 2 days.
I move that council set committee of the whole meeting for March 11th at 4:30 p.m. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Okay,
2025.
call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, we have item 9.2, the strategic visioning items. And everybody read their background notes that we received a while ago, refreshed themselves on the meeting that we had. And the first motion, we have the motions and then discuss them. We'll make that first motion.
I move that, I don't know, I move that council. I move that.
Administration, explore and engage.
Okay, I move that administration explore and engage with the Didsbury Municipal Library as it pertains to the future potential utilization of the Old Town Office and bring back to council a proposed plan from the library for the usage of the space and estimated operational and capital costs.
Do you have any comments on that?
Good idea.
Follow up? Good idea. Councilor Beswick? Deputy Mayor?
Good.
Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm probably going to vote against this motion. And the reason I'm going to vote against it is because I don't think that it's up to the library board. I think it's up to this council. I think that according to the Library Act, the municipality that wants to have a library has to provide space and the funds to operate the library. And so if we're expecting the library or thinking about providing them with an additional space and expanding space, then essentially we have to be prepared to pay for that. And I think that's the first question we have to ask. Are we prepared to do that? I don't think we can kick this down the street and leave it for the next council, or maybe we can. I think that we have to decide ourselves whether, I mean, we could even do this in this budget, because this budget isn't passed yet. But I think that we have to decide. I think there's a fundamental thing that council has to decide whether or not they want to fund through the taxpayers the use of that Old Town building. And I think that that's fundamental to this, and I think that that lends to whether or not this motion moves forward. I think I think that decision has to be made from council first, before we start talking to the library about anything.
Deputy Mayor?
So I agree with Councillor Windsor that that's a council decision to provide the space. I think what we need is information on how much it would impact our budget by utilizing that space. That's really the question that I would need answered, is what would that look like as an additional cost to taxpayers, so that we can make an informed decision.
Councillor Moore?
I think that the idea of engaging with the library, after all, we're not operating in there, they are. And this is a new library manager, and they may have different ideas, and certainly it's pretty awkward to utilize that space even though they need it right now, with it being the way it is. It may not be that much, but I think exploring it and finding out what it is they think that they need is what this asks for. And the costs of what that would mean is exactly what this asks for. So I would like to see this go forward and then just see what comes back from it.
Councillor Bazard? I would ask what I was hoping, and I should have mentioned that first, but that's okay. I think the library already got $17,000 additional dollars this year from last year's budget, and I think it is an issue for the 2026 budget, because I think there's a lot of work to do. I think it's not just the lights and gaps that's going to be in there that we're talking about. We're talking about making it livable and usable and warm and friendly, and what to do with the chambers, and what to do with the rugs that are not very clean. So I would like it to have been to explore and engage with the municipal library as it pertains to the future potential utilization of the Old Town office. And to me, it would be a rushed decision for the 2025 budget. And we're already looking for funds to cut. So I don't know if Councilor Moore would take a friendly amendment, or
I would, because stopping it after Old Town office doesn't restrict them on what they bring back, and so we can do our usual regurgitation of that after it comes back. So I'm happy to have this go. And
okay, thank you. Because if it's done in 2 weeks, they can bring it back, but our budget meeting's looming here. So, okay, so amended motion, administration to explore and engage with the Disbury Memorial or Municipal Library as it pertains to the future potential utilization of the Old Town office. Comments?
I understand, is this something we should be leaving to the next council, 26, instead of us wasting time on it?
It might very well, based on the information.
Okay.
Last comments, or?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I think there are ongoing discussions with the library board and there's already been discussions about utilization of that facility, and I still think it's a decision that council has to make as to the funding. I don't think that there's any discussion that needs to be with the library board at all. I really think that this is, if council isn't willing to fund it, then it's a dead deal. And you're probably right, it needs to be kicked down to the 2026 budget.
And it can't be a blank check, it has to be a number, and so we put pressure on the administration to bring something back sooner than later. That might not be possible.
I think it's hard for us, without engaging with them, to determine what they want to use the space for. If it's just for storage, for extra storage, for free up space in the library, I don't know what that looks like, so we can't even get a number if we don't know what they're trying to do with it. So I think we need to see what their vision is. If they were offered the space, what would they like to do with it, and then we can come up with a cost analysis on it.
I think everybody remembers too that we were asking for that business plan to come back and numbers and, like in the workshop. I don't have that page right in front of me, but we did talk about that you just referenced, that we need to understand everything they're doing and have a business plan for it. So I think that leaves it open as to what they're engaging in the notes that we took at the workshop. I know administration has access to those and we'll reference them, I'm sure, because that was the discussion. So having said that, we have the motion. And is there anything else about the library? Just while we're on the topic, maybe it's time for council to have a meeting of the board, because we haven't forever. And maybe that's something that we could explore, have a second motion to explore a meeting with council and the library board? Would anybody?
We should have a meeting.
It's been long overdue, for sure.
I'd rather see this information come back first so that we have something to talk about when we go there. I think it'll give us some points to refer to, so maybe we can leave that for now until this comes back.
Yeah, I think it's fair. It would be the starter, because they don't need to be talking to us about the same thing they need to be talking to the administrative team about. And we did have the presentation for the budget, so any other comments? Call the vote then, all in favor? That's carried. Did you have other comments? Sure, but I'd like just to change to this one, disposal of the film props to the economic development officer. I think that makes more sense to me that we direct it to our EDO rather than to the committee. And in our bylaw, it talks about the EDO and the place there and what the EDO does with DDAC. And I think our bylaw really needs to change, that we shouldn't be referring anything to the committee, that we refer to the economic development officer, and the EDO decides what engagement she'll have with DDAC.
I'm good with that, because I'm sure it'll come,
Yeah,
whatever they say comes back to us anyway.
yeah.
So I would move that council refers the discussion on the disposal of the film props to the Didsbury Economic Development Officer for review and recommendation back to council.
Any comments? Councilor Bowser?
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Okay. Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I would ask for a friendly amendment to that it would be disposal or retention. Because I don't think that we should predispose ourselves to disposing of those artifacts if the recommendation comes back that some of them are to be kept.
I would accept that amendment.
Okay, thank you. Could I just finish with Deputy Mayor and then Amanda?
Oh, sorry.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Amanda?
Sorry, I just want to, I think council has to be careful maybe to refer to administration rather than to the EDO specifically. It would be up to Ethan to refer it to the EDO, which is likely where it would be. But I think.
So, said that then the motion we shouldn't be referring it to DDAC then either.
No.
You can refer to-
The whole motion should have been to administration. in the first
Yeah.
place.
I think instead of, I think the DDAC, you can refer stuff to committees that you've put into place, so DDAC would have been fine, or,
Yeah.
but if you're gonna do it to the staff, I think just to administration is.
Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I would need clarification on that because the whole purpose of the DDAC was to provide advisory as an advisory council to the economic development officer. It wasn't to act on council's behalf, it was to act on the EDO's behalf. And so I would like clarification as to how council then, based on the bylaw, can refer things to the advisory committee. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I think we need to look at the bylaw, that statement. Because we would be bypassing administration to do that, and I don't know if that's what the intent ever was.
I accept the amendment to refer the discussion on the disposal of the film props to administration for review and recommendation back to council.
Not disposal or,
Disposal
Or
or
retention.
thank you.
You know, I do have to say though, when we were in our workshop, council had this roundtable, and we were missing, you know, we had a couple directors there, and we were talking about an item that is directly related to the Economic Development Office Department. And I feel bad about that we made a decision without consulting the department, the Economic Development Officer, and I don't think that, I feel bad about that. Because the conversation should always, just like if Nicole, if it was about finances, we're not gonna bypass Amanda. If it's about community services, we wouldn't bypass her, so I think it's important. I think it's, you know, yes, administration gets it, but the workshop conversation missed the important person in it, I think, and I do believe everybody agrees with that. So the importance of this administration, we've seen a lot of workshop documents come through, and we've had a lot of workshops with ECDev, and there's a lot of paperwork that we've all agreed on. And so I just want to make sure we, you know, when we have these workshops, they mean something. So there we have the motion. Council Moore has made, and I think we've said it twice, so I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? That's carried.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just carry on.
I move that administration explore options pertaining to the internal administration of the campground and bring back budgetary and service level implications to the 2026 budget discussions.
You have any comment?
Any comments on that?
None.
Councillor Beswick? Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm not sure, I'm not sure that it's our place to be determining what is going to be happening in the next term. I think that's up to the next council. I think that we will not be dealing with 2026 budget in likelihood at all. Certainly it's going to be within the election window. And so I don't see where it is that it would be our place to be directing this at all. I think that when it comes to the 26 budget, it would be administration bringing whatever proposals they bring, this being one of them, for council to consider. And whether or not it's internal or external, I think there need to be a comparison, but that's not for me to say, because I'm not going to be on that council. And so I'm comfortable about this. It's not our place to be putting this onto the next council.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I think the information still needs to come back, whether it's for us or for presentation in, for the 2026 budget. So I don't think we want them to start working on it then. I think we can direct them to get that information. We don't necessarily have to use it, but I think they'll need it if their plan forward is to run the campground internally. So I don't know how we would word that.
Councillor Moore?
May I just end the sentence at implications? And because this was the suggestions from our staff, and so the fact that they are exploring options and finding out what it costs, let's end the discussion with a period after implications.
So it doesn't have to be brought back to us.
Or
No.
not to budget.
Well, it can be
Bring
brought back to us, but
Yeah.
the 2026 budget is the next council's. Yeah.
So we can't rule on it,
Yeah,
right?
we're just gonna ask for it to be brought back, that's it.
So,
They need to
and
explore.
bring back budgetary service level indications, yes. Very good. Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. The only thing that I think that's missing out of that is a comparison. That what about external? maybe external would be more efficient, maybe external would be more economical. And if it's put out to tender, it may be way more economical. It seems to me that we're missing an element here, that we shouldn't be looking just at internal, we should be comparing it to what is possible external as well.
But it's contracted right now, so we have those numbers.
Okay, and that's fine, but those numbers need to come back. I guess is what I'm saying, is that we can't just concentrate on the internal, that we need the numbers from the external to come back as well.
Could I take internal out? And then let's call it a day.
Amanda?
Thank you. So, just a couple things. With regards to the bringing it back to 2026 budget discussions, I think the purpose of those couple of words is to say it's not gonna make it for the 2025 or it's irrelevant for 2025. So, yeah, I'll leave that at that. And then, bringing back, I think the sense we got out of the workshop is that council did like the idea of running it internally, so bringing back that as the option is the intent of the motion, not to leave it this or that. But I can understand your kind of the discrepancy with coming to the end of the term and that becoming a future council's decision. But I think it's up to them to then decide at that time that they don't like, we're really looking for this council's view on, are you okay with it becoming an internal function or not? Does that make sense?
And I think that motion was clear that way, is it not? Without the word internal? Because,
Well, we have
Or-
external right now.
yes, but I think the point is that would the comparison come as to what, did you just say that? The comparison comes as to what we're doing right now externally and versus internally. So both of those would be there for whoever to see. Is that true?
Yeah. I think what's happening right now will naturally occur because it is what's currently budgeted for. So comparing to the previous budget year or years, you'll see that was what an external cost was, cost or revenue, versus what we would budget for in 2026 would be the cost of an internally run campground. So then the comparison will naturally occur. And
Yeah, put internal back in.
I guess this one is confusing in that the administration can explore that without our approval. And
True.
they could bring it back whenever they wanted and say, we'd like to explore this. So do we need any motion at all on the campground? Because
I'm in favor of going right on to the next.
let's just
motion.
go right on to the next one because administration,
In this one.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
well,
Is it accepted as information?
like, we don't want to move forward on it and spend a bunch of resources on doing that up without council's kind of go ahead. That's the reason why it's here. To get, do you know what I mean? Like, so, but if you don't want to, it's okay too. That tells us a little bit different of your emphasis behind it versus, the workshop, it was really an item that seemed to have support. But if you don't want to make that motion, that's okay too. It's up to council.
Thanks.
You're
I
welcome.
agree. Deputy Mayor.
I believe at the workshop, it was kind of indicated that it would be more cost effective because we could utilize some part-time park staff and different things. So again, we're going around in a circle here. Administration would like it brought back, bring it back, and we'll decide if it goes in this budget or not. It's not,
No, we're dropping the budget discussion, because they can bring it back to the budget.
yeah, they bring back the comparison, but they're looking for some feedback, and we can certainly give them
Yeah.
that, but we're not approving, obviously, that will come from the next council, but if they need that input, I'm willing to do that.
Just to move this thing along,
May I
yes,
put
just to
it
move
back
it
in?
along, because.
Yes. On the motion, are we going with the 2026 budget discussion? Are we leaving that in or not?
No, just bring it back.
No? Okay, bring it back. So ending at implications
Yeah,
as written.
yeah.
That's my motion. I think Justin's
And you
already got
put
it.
internal back in there?
I certainly did.
Okay.
Or alternative, it could be alternative as well.
It's just fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's taking too long. But I think that's where workshops have a lot of time to review the information, because I've had a lot of time to think about it after the fact, but anyway, I'll call the vote, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move that council have administration provide additional administrative support, to the Disbury Golf Club to help by way of ongoing advice and guidance.
Comments? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I think the discussion's kind of centered around the ability to access some grant funding that they're maybe unaware of, and our administration already has that. So those are, there's some pretty good programs that the golf course could, access, and we already have the information. So I think this is a good thing.
Councilor Wizard?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm in favor of administration providing administrative support. I just wonder if there's going to be a limit to it. And how, are we opening this wide open so that they can consume as much time of our administrative support as they choose? Or is there going to be some kind of a limit on it? I realize that's up to administration to kind of figure that out, but I would hate to think that we're going to be losing capacity, and we talked about not having capacity because we're helping the golf club with some of their problems.
I would suggest that we leave the discretion of the community service director who manages her time. And if it's too time consuming, I think that would probably, we would be made aware of that. And I think it's a good start before getting into the lease discussions, because that's not too far away either. So, and Amanda, do you have anything to add to that question for Councilor Windsor?
No, I agree. We'll let you know if it's becoming too much.
And what I know is boards really don't want too much interference from government agencies, so they're just gonna get what they need. So I'm gonna call the vote, all in favor? That's carried.
I move that administration explore the potential sale of 2101 19th Avenue and bring back information to council as outlined in COUN 001-24 sale, acquisition, and expropriation of land policy.
Comments?
No.
Councilor Bowser, Deputy Mayor?
No.
This is the land over by the museum?
No, this is the old fire hall.
Oh, geez. See, yeah, I probably knew that, because we discussed it. Sorry about that, I had one of those moments. Councilor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor
It
Hunter.
says
That was
right
going to
here
be
the
my
fire hall.
comment, is that maybe for the residents, they would like to know where exactly this is, and it is the old fire hall.
If we not read the agenda, which I did, and I knew that the fire hall was Thank you for your indulgence on it. Yes, thanks, so. Any other comments? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, so that gets through those, I believe.
Mayor Hunter, not that, I don't know, it's not in the agenda, so I don't know where we have this discussion, but somehow it's not included in here, and that's the train station and the future of the train station. And that was part of the visioning discussion as well, and I don't see it here for a discussion or a look-see or anything, so I'm not sure where we are with that.
That can't be added now, can it?
Well, I do agree that everything at this, I mean, well, it's here, sorry. There's a chart, if I can find my page, that talks about, it's in our agendas. Because that was deferred to the next council. Did you have a thought on that other than the information we've had at the workshop and in the agenda package?
Not really, Mayor Hunter, I just wondered why it wasn't included in the package and the discussion, that's all I was wondering.
You know,
There was some discussion at some point about moving the EDO's office over there.
okay,
There was some discussion about some other things that are going on in the main section, so.
so I do agree. And can we just have a motion to bring that back to the next meeting, the train station? Whatever it looks like or was. I had that comment down too, just because I don't remember that we deferred it. I know there was a lot of discussion about it, but do you want to make that motion?
I'd be happy to make that motion that move that council directs administration to bring back the future of the train station from the visioning session to the February 25th council meeting.
I think it's just that tying up loose ends thing that you talked about. Do you have any comments, Deputy Mayor?
I believe that we had an individual at the visioning session, and I don't know that they will be able to prepare that in that time frame. So I can't support that. I do support getting the information back.
It's
But,
just to finish the conversation and have a motion as information or whatever.
well, we can bring it back as information, but I think that there was there was discussion at that meeting, and we decided what we didn't want to do, so. It can be brought back and just put on as an information item.
I had that open today. And maybe, can I ask Jocelyn just to open it quick? The summary notes and what where the train station was at in this. Amanda, can she do that?
Yeah.
I did have that open today.
Sure.
I'm looking at it. And Councilor Razzak, you have something to say in the meantime?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, with all due respect, why are we introducing topics that weren't on the agenda? It's extending things, and we're into a discussion that no one was prepared for. I don't think it's a protocol. I think we're avoiding the proper way. We had a chance to admit or delete it at the beginning of the session. We didn't do that. So I'm voting against whatever this is, just for that purpose. Thank you.
And I just suggest this because it's part of the strategic visioning items. So that you can do whatever you like to vote, but it was in the strategic visioning workshop.
But it's not on
That's
the
why
agenda.
I'm advocating.
It's not mentioned anywhere on the agenda.
Jocelyn, do you want to bring that up? Can she bring that up a minute?
Thank you. So there were a number of different opportunities discussed and some other options that were put forward as well. And overall, the general feeling was that future visioning for this could potentially happen after the election as part of the new council term strategic planning process.
So I think in fairness though, because that was a direction of council, it should be captured as our motion. And it's just a simple, I have the notes here now and I did read them. But I don't, you know, there was a few with X's beside them, and that was the end of them. But I personally don't like the, that's why we had the workshop, to tie up loose ends, and let's make a statement on it. So let's just, maybe we can craft a motion really quickly that would say we're deferring it for the strategic reasoning at the next council meeting, or just deferring it to the next council. Because people do ask us all the time, and there's no motion, so we can't come out of a workshop and tell them what the deal is, because there's no motion. So that's the only reason I'm entertaining, because I think it was part of that. Any further comments? Can you craft a quick motion, Jocelyn? Councilor Windsor? Or you could craft it, you brought it up. Yeah.
So I think I already did a motion, but did you record that, Jocelyn? So I will retract that motion. And I will move that the future of the train station be deferred to the next council for their strategic
Just
vision.
defer it to the next council. Whatever they do with it, it's up to
Up to
them.
them.
Yeah.
Kick it down the street.
Yeah, I would rather have a motion saying that that's what we did. And any other comments? Jocelyn, you have that? Call the vote, all in favor? Opposed? Were you in favor or opposed?
Oh, I don't really know, I don't care.
She's in
I'll put
favor.
it in favor.
She's good. All right, we have item. We have establishment of municipal planning commission bylaw 2025-02, review ad hoc committee, 9.3. So whoever makes this motion, please don't include me on the committee. Sorry.
Did you say don't?
Yeah. So, I apologize. I'm
This is,
meeting out too.
this is a, I guess, a request from policy and governance, because we're so backed up that we wanted to just move an item off for 2 more people to deal with, to try and clean that docket up. And this one is probably pretty straightforward. It's a municipal planning amend, or an ad. We're trying to create an ad hoc so that they can deal with the municipal planning commission bylaw, which our understanding is that our developers will work with this committee to establish this, and Councilor Windsor and I just don't have time to get to it. So
Our 2 NPC members should be on it, I suggest.
I'm not sure if that's something that we could ask for volunteers, because there's only you 2, so I don't know if you 2 are willing to just work on that one.
Do you want me to work with Councilor Moore?
On a bylaw with the development team.
I like development, I have no problem with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'll make the motion. I'm gonna make 2 motions. I move the council establish an ad hoc committee for the purpose of reviewing and making recommendations on the Municipal Planning Commission bylaw 2025-02.
Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried.
And to appoint Councilor Moore and Councilor Baswick to the Municipal Planning Commission bylaw 2025-02 review ad hoc committee.
All right, thank you for that. And any comments?
Thank you.
I'll do whatever council sets me out to do.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm just busy, I'm sorry. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. We have item 9.5, new member appointment, February 2025.
That's one home, somebody first.
Oh, the 50 Club projects. I already had that checked off, so. District 50 Club projects update. Okay,
So it looks like this is already covered as far as budget goes, so I move that we accept the correspondence from the Didsbury 50 Club lawn bowling facility as information.
any comments? Councillor Bellick? Councillor Windsor?
No, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
No.
I'll call the vote then, all in favor? That's carried. Now we have the DDAC new member appointment, February 2025. Okay,
I move that council appoint Jesse Argueta as new member to the Didsbury Economic Development Advisory Committee.
okay. Councillor, Moore, have any comments? Councillor Bazick? Do we want any comments from our economic development officer on our new member?
There's nothing to add.
Do these come to the committee before they, well, I thought that. So you, okay, Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Again, we'll be voting against this like I did last time because of, I think that the bylaw needs to be revisited and it can't be revisited now for the next 6 months. And so I will be voting against this because I disagree with the bylaw, where this committee seems to be going.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
No, I'm in favor.
Okay, I will call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Item 9.5, street sweeper award recommendation. A motion from anyone? It's the addition. Doesn't have a page number. Can you refer to the page number?
Yeah,
Yes.
did find it. I move that council approve the purchase of an Elgin Broom Bear mechanical sweeper from Joe Johnson Equipment for no more than $500,000.
Comments?
Nope.
Councillor Bazick? Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm wondering, our motions are all supposed to be positive, and so I'm wondering what the comment that says no more. I wonder if it should say be to a maximum of. I don't know if the negative connotation is, yes. The other thing I would say is that I wonder if they were in our capital budget, because it came in at $499,931.
Yeah. You know, there's comments about that.
May I respond as an English teacher? The subject of the, is not about the price, it's about the purchase. And so it is a positive motion. We're approving purchase.
Okay. I'm fine with that. But there has been discussion about capital budget numbers being made public so that all the people that are going to bid on them can know how much your maximum is. That's been at the Alberta municipalities level. So anyway, comments?
Probably through the chair, I'm assuming that Adam might have some information on this, not that we're privy to it. But I noticed in here that it talks about the future, that this machine will be more utilized because of its increased productivity, is I guess the words I would use. What causes that? Is it able to sweep at a faster speed? Is it a wider machine? What makes this machine have an increased sweeping capacity?
Thank you for the question. Sorry.
Yes. Amanda, you'd like to answer that?
I'll
Okay.
Thank you for the question. So this machine is slightly wider than our current machine, but just overall, the mechanical and how this one's engineered compared to our existing machine, it is just a more efficient machine. It does a better job picking up material, and it does a better job just all the way around. So it is larger and more efficient.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. So council reports and meeting highlights. Start with Deputy Mayor.
Just give me a second, I want to defer to Councilor Windsor.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Windsor.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. In terms of our yard month, we presented the bylaw revisions to the membership and had a couple of things sent back to the committee to task them with looking at those two things, and those will be presented at a special council or a special membership meeting in March. And so we're looking at a couple more revisions to the bylaws to accommodate some of the special things we're doing. And that has to do with the activity, membership activity, as well as the R&D project. As far as the Water Commission is concerned, we have an item later in our agenda to talk about some of the stuff with the Water Commission. I received the agenda today for tomorrow's meeting, and we're looking at a couple of other bylaws that we have there I'm not sure whether we're actually, as a group, going to be looking at the bylaws and revisions of the bylaws, or if there's going to be an ad hoc committee, which would be my suggestion for handling that. Parkland Regional Library, next meeting is at the last week in March, and they just put out a feeler for anything to be added, and I asked them to add the deficiency of the Parkland website, and with some notation to find out how many independent libraries are actually launching their own individual self-supporting websites instead of the Parkland website. So that'll be on the agenda at my request. And everything else that I have from Parkland would be in the external reports.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
Councilor Baswick?
We have an MPC coming up tomorrow, and there you are.
Thank you. Councilor Moore?
Yes, I was appointed to council, to Chamber of Commerce, as Council Chamber of Commerce representative in October, but at that point there was no response to my attempts to reach them by phone, email, or online. But on Monday, February 3rd, I received an invitation to attend a chamber meeting at the Yarn Merchant that evening. I'm excited to report that a new, enthusiastic, energized group of, but poor, group of entrepreneurs has arisen out of the ashes of the previous Didsbury Chamber of Commerce, and that Alexa has been helping them with their first steps. It will be a time of rebuilding the organization and membership from scratch, but this group is hardworking and full of ideas. The idea that the Yarn Merchant has a bunch of enthusiastic young kids that are coming in and learning how to do these old-fashioned kind of things like, well, I shouldn't call them old-fashioned because they're new fashioned now, like spinning and knitting and things like that, and crocheting. It's amazing to me. And they have quite a large group that are doing it, and more coming and curious about it. So I'd like to thank Council for the opportunity of appointing me to observe and hopefully assist in some ways to help our local business community organization thrive. And I attended the Brownlee Law Seminar in Calgary on February 6th. My written report on that meeting has been submitted, but will be in the February 25th agenda.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor? Go ahead.
Okay, so on the 29th, Councilor Windsor and I had a policy governance committee meeting, and we went into kind of a review of the docket. And from that was born the idea of an ad hoc committee, which I would like to thank our two councilors tonight for stepping up and taking that load off of our docket. I'd also like to thank administration for updating the professional development sheet here. The numbers make sense now. Thank you. And my highlight is 9.3. And you guys all missed it, so I get to pick first.
Yes, it's funny that they always miss that, and I have to remind them. So,
Sometimes you don't have it.
Okay, thanks for that. Do you want to highlight before, and Council Windsor, do you want to highlight?
You can go first.
Did you go, who went first with reports? You did, and then you, yeah.
So, thank you, Mayor Hunter. I would pick the strategic visioning items. I think that was very valuable.
Okay, Councilor Baswick?
Thank you. I always like the idea of giving our public works the tools to work with to do a good job for us, and this purchase is going to make a big difference. I'll look forward to it coming down my street twice a week.
Want some more?
And I'm going to choose the occupational health and safety visit. We have outstanding results on our occupational health and safety record, and I just like to show my appreciation to all of the staff for their good work in that regard.
Okay, so I have a report. I'm going to see my highlight first, though, because I believe that is the firewall sale, because that has been on our council, has had that to deal with since 2018. So I'm very excited that here we are, finally putting it up for sale. And just bear with me. I have a little comments down. So. Lots of mid-sized town mayors meetings. Just get ready for an information session that we're having on March 5th at the Indian Uni's the President Summit on Civility. We'll have a meeting, an information meeting for all councils, 84 towns in Alberta. And the invitation, it's fantastic that Militia and Jocelyn have been working on, but that'll be forthcoming. Stu and all council members are invited from all municipalities. Brownlee was there too, and I'll have that report. I had the fun of being I guess they call us judges, but I would say an advocate for the Education and Science Fair at the Rossford Elementary School on last Friday. Some very talented youth, and the world's in good hands with all the thinkers out there. And I said when I was there, I'm way better at evaluating and judging hockey and ball than I am education and science. And I had the opportunity there's some really great projects, and I have to say the duck feet one was exceptional, as was the creation of a tornado in actual. So it was great. I went to Airdrie the other day to one of those in-person engagement sessions, and I bring it up only, it didn't go on behalf of council, but I think if anybody from council needs to go, if they, it's a good roundtable discussion on how to, what hasn't been improved in the past year, what should be improved, and they came out with a report about what they heard from their last engagement in 24, 23, and now they're trying to move forward with the 4 pillars in health care. And the only other part of that is I'm going to read our key messages. We had another meeting with the minister, January 23rd, and our final key messages, the ultimate outcome. Our priority continues to be the funding, the supplementary funding pot for mid-sized towns, and we wanted a commitment from the minister to continue these meetings with a working group focused on a mid-sized town supplementary funding pot. We again conveyed that the current LGFF funding model is predictable, but it's certainly not sustainable. We don't want them to we talk about per capita law, but we don't want them to get stuck on that theme, because there's more to funding than per capita, and the narrative needs to be more broad as to how we could be funded. And a long history, we discussed them, of no inflationary increases, and Jocelyn did some great work for us a while back, showing a 39% inflation since 2011 that hasn't been addressed in the LGFF for any funding to the communities, municipalities. And Minister McIver is looking forward to continuing work with the working group, so we're excited about that. We've had 3 meetings with the minister in the last less than a year. So we're pretty proud of that, those steps we're taking and that they're interested in our group and our dialogue. And that is my report for now. So I'll have a, yes, Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I just have a couple of questions about the remuneration chart here, and I guess I'm wondering if that's all right for me to ask those at this point.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, so thank you, Mayor Hunter. First of all, I'm wondering, and this doesn't have to go through administration, but I'm wondering if this includes external appointments, the appointments that are paid externally, and whether or not that's included in this. I realize it says that it's council assigned committees and boards, but I'm not sure whether it includes the external boards that are paid from the board itself.
Amanda?
No, not for your time being paid by those external boards, but is the mileage included in total? Like if they have mileage, but if you had mileage to one of those external committees or boards, not everyone will pay mileage. There may be some that you don't get paid for your time. Are you just referring to the commissions and senior substitute? Okay, so no, those aren't included.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and if that does happen, I think Councillor Moore brought it up, it's in our procedure bylaw, or our remuneration bylaw, it's one of them. And it does go on the financial statement at the end of the year, but if council wants to change that at some point, whatever council it is, to capture those, just for transparency, that would need I think a directive, because I know I brought that up last time too. Do you have another comment?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mayor Hunter. I see that Councilor McCoy's professional development is above what is in the budget for professional development. And I also see in the background notes that there's nothing in the professional development or remuneration policy that actually ties the professional development to the budget amount. So I'm wondering if this is a concern, or if maybe we need to refer those policies to a committee to look at those and see if that needs to be bolstered, or if council is not interested in doing that.
I don't, because, I guess you'd have to make a motion.
Okay.
If you want to come out after this motion's done. You just explained your case that you want to see if council's interested in cleaning that up again. I think we've dealt with it a lot, and it's pretty newly dealt with, I think in the last couple of months, isn't it? Well, July, June. But right now we are on council reports, so we can have a motion for that. If you want to send that back, I think I can certainly go around and get a nod or a shaking head if are you interested in revisiting that? Is there a motion? Is that cool?
I guess we can look at anything. That may have gotten through the cracks before we dealt with the upgraded 2.0 policy. I think it's been addressed in there, but if it needs a quick look just on that section, yeah, it can come back. It probably only takes 4 minutes to adjust that so that it can't be overspent.
Okay. Councilor Moore? Councilor Bowser? Okay, so the motion on the council reports, and then go ahead and make that motion, because it sounds like you could, not that you need support, but.
I move the council take council reports as information.
Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And, yes, Amanda?
I just want to remind you as well that policy, the Council 00124, Council Professional Development and Remuneration, is currently referred to FPC.
Mm-hmm. But that's for the amounts for the next council.
Yeah, for financial review.
because we shouldn't be dealing with,
And you guys can recommend it back to us.
we'll just, but it's a policy issue you're talking about, or, yeah, so, thanks for that note, I think we'll just stick to the policy, dealing with policies. Unless, let's just do that.
Okay. Okay. We'll test it this way. I'll move that council refer the council professional development and remuneration policy to the Policy and Governance Committee for review of the professional development tied to the budgeted amounts.
Okay. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, so we have question period. Because we have no correspondence this time, so question period, Norm, you have a question or a comment? Well, thank you for being here. Again, we're always happy to see you in the gallery. And otherwise, I'll have a motion to adjourn to closed at 8:05. And I guess before that, we're asking Amanda if she's made a decision on if, what personnel will stay in for. I know there's some that they have to leave for.
Oh, I can talk. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I'll talk to them in the break.
Yes, okay. So motion for closed at 8:06 now. To Councillor Baswick, all in favor? At 8:06, 2 minutes. Thanks, everybody.
like tomorrow,
What's
forwarded, forwarded tomorrow.
Yep.
Oh,
We're
okay.
on.
Yes.
So,
Move to come out of camera.
Thumbs up?
We already
did.
did.
Yeah.
You just have to vote.
We did, Councilor Laura, 9:54, made the motion. Oh, we voted,
I wasn't here.
on your way back.
You're on your way in.
You were in the door
so
when
we had the Mount View City's housing update.
I'll do that to accept this information.
Call the vote, all in favor? Carried. And then we have the Disbrook Economic Development Advisory Committee update.
We need mics, please.
What was that one, is information? No, that's the one, the DDAC one is,
Yeah,
the council direct DDAC to continue as is,
as current.
as current process.
Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. We have the Mountain View Regional Water Commission letter.
Move the council approve the letter to the Water Commission as presented.
Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. We have the personnel update to accept as information.
Move the council accept the personnel update as information. Sorry, John.
Call the vote, all in favor? Carried. We have the QP certification, no, code of conduct process.
Well, they don't know what we decided. I don't know how to
Yeah,
put that.
that,
It will be brought back, code of conduct will be brought back to next meeting for decision,
for council
for council decision.
decision. Sorry, we should have told you guys that when you come
It's
back
okay,
in.
do we vote on it or not?
Yeah, call the vote, all in favor? That's carried.
We don't vote on that, do
I don't know.
Then we bring the code of conducts
Yeah,
back.
to bring it back.
That's okay. It's still carried.
I think you can vote to bring them back.
Yeah, you weren't voting on them, but
And then the culture assessment that Counselor, yes? What? Oh, the QP certification update, the acceptance of information,
who's making that?
I'll do that.
Counselor Baswick. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And then cultural assessment that Mayor Hunter and Counselor Moore will forward the cultural assessment documents to CO Gorner for review
And discuss.
and discussion on or before February 25th. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried.
We made it.
We have time for 3 more motions if you want, Councilor Baswick.
Let's go.
Motion to adjourn at 9:57, Counselor Baswick, all in favor? That's carried.